this moment. Hello everybody and welcome to the first time we've done anything in a number of months, our 2021 Composer Development Program. We're at Glenferner Historical Mansion in Melbourne and the home of the Team of Pianists, and we thank them so very much for allowing us to descend in a COVID-safe way on this beautiful, beautiful property. And so this program is being presented in association with the Team of Pianists in Victoria. A big thank you to the Besen Foundation, to the Victorian Womens Trust, and also to the City of Melbourne for making this program possible and enabling us to stream this to everybody far and wide, all over Australia and all over the world. It's our favourite program, the Composer Development Program, where we select a number of composers from an anonymous selection process nationwide. There's no barrier to entry. You can, in terms of gender, age, ethnicity, race. The only thing that needs to happen is that you're an Australian citizen or permanent resident. So it's always a bit of a surprise when we find out who we have chosen from these wonderful compositions that we receive. And today we actually have with us Eugene Ball from Melbourne, and Eugene actually went to school with Erica Kennedy. Erica is founding member of Flinders Quartet, and we're thrilled to have her on board while Tippo is still dealing with border closures in New South Wales. And we have Liz Sellars joining us for the second year in a row for our Composer Development Program, while Wilma is dealing with border closures in New Zealand. Helen Ireland, and I'm Zoe Knighton. Now, throughout this process, over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be working with the composers, and at the end of it, we're going to choose two composers to have the most wonderful experience in Tasmania at the All That We Are residency, hosted by Victoria and Simon Spain. All the composers that have been there previously have found it quite a utopian experience for creativity. So a big thank you to Victoria and to Simon for making that residency at All That We Are possible. I think bang on time at 10:40, how's that? We're going to launch into Eugene's piece called Kaleidoscope. This piece is in two parts, and we're going to stop at the end of the first part because right off the bat we need to ask Eugene some questions about how we facilitate some of the things that he's written in the score. You will see Liz has not just finished her lunch. This alfoil that we have around here is going to be in some paper clips, blue tack. This funny looking bow that I have on the floor will all come into play later on. So this is the first time that Eugene is hearing his piece Kaleidoscope. We're going to go through it warts and all, Eugene, and then we'll see you at the end of part one. up there. Awesome. Eugene, do you want to start by telling us a little bit about the piece, and also the people listening about the piece and how you came to write it?
Sure.
Sorry, I've put you on the spot. I didn't tell you that I was going to ask you to do that.
No worries. It's really about harmony, this piece. It's about changing harmonies, blurring into each other. The harmonies derive from a while ago I came up with a way of organising pitch that kind of ended up in in simple terms, the invention of some kind of new scales. And so the harmony that's sort of controlling this, or that this is derived from stacking every seventh note of that scale in a kind of cyclic fashion, taking different starting points. That's not a particularly coherent answer, but that's what it is. That's essentially what it is. So I came up with the kind of series of chords, and then put the movement in the parts, by creating the kind of all the independent starting points. It was initially conceived for a larger ensemble, and so I reduced it down for this, hence all the double stops and all of that, which you're playing amazingly.
They're all completely manageable.
I did run it past somebody just to check that.
At this point, I might just invite anybody who would like to ask a question, make a comment, pop it in the chat, and we'll find out about it in some magical way through our darling Wendy, who's watching and monitoring. But yeah, great. So, Eugene, what would you like to do now? Would it be best to work on this first part while it's fresh, and then move on? Just having some nods around the portrait.
Oh, I don't know. Don't mind.
Yeah, I'd be into that. I'd be very interested in seeing, what you do at this point to bring it further along.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. At this point, we say to the composer, is this was that kind of more or less what you had in mind?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also to open it to you for any comments, and please, we've got incredibly thick skins.
Yeah.
So please, we're here to serve you.
No worries. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's complex rhythmically, and that's always the challenge with music without a conductor.
Yeah.
Or without a drum set or something like that. It is very difficult to get that kind of thing together. So that's my only kind of.
We can definitely get it tighter rhythmically.
Yeah, thought about what.
Yeah.
And the only other aspect is, and I think it's in my, it's definitely my lack of experience in this field, perhaps. But I think maybe a greater dynamic range might be better. I'm not sure if
Do it's wonderful having you in the room, so that then you can actually hear that. With some of the composers will be remote, and it's always tricky to know. So that's a greater dynamic range is never a bad thing.
Yeah, so you could make more of less of the softs and more of the louds. Yeah.
Less of the, yes, got it.
Yeah, or more of
more
both
of
them, depending on which way you want to.
Should we go from the beginning one more time? And feel free to stop us if you think of something. But maybe that's if we aim to go till the end of bar 25 without a break.
Yep.
How was the tempo?
The tempo was good. Yeah, it could be a little bit brighter, but
okay.
It did get slower, didn't it?
That was a better tempo, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was fantastic, and the energy in the at the opening is perfect. That sort of very precise and tough attacks on the accents is excellent. Yeah.
I'm just going to do this thing, Erica. I keep on doing the wrong bowing at bar 8. Can you just remind me what it is? Up. Thank you.
The little figure at 7 in violin 1 and cello.
Yeah.
Could we try that with just a lighter bow pressure?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe slightly flautando, or yeah.
Where is it?
At bar 7. That's first violin and cello.
Yeah, of course.
Eugene, we were just wondering at the end of 8 whether I should have an accent with Liz or whether that was definite difference
Yes,
there? Yes,
absolutely.
okay.
Thank you.
And
Yes,
with so you're probably making corrections as well, but we can also just share you all of our notated parts at the end as well. Just
That would be really
just in
super
case.
helpful in general. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always good to see what people actually write on their parts. It's the
Yeah.
best. It's the best insight into what you should write on parts.
Although I would say that sort of anyway that's another discussion. I think the amount of information that you have on this in this first section actually is pretty.
It's good.
It's pretty spot on.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Yeah.
good to know.
So that in terms, I don't think I would have wanted any less or any more
Yeah. Okay. That's really nice to know.
at the moment.
I've only written bowings. That's all
Yeah,
I've
but-
written.
yeah.
And are the bowings that I've notated just like?
Where have you put them in?
Oh, I mean the slurring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Same time. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And in terms of bowings, though, like that's if I do not have any expertise in that field, is that the sort of thing I should generally
I
do?
wouldn't worry about putting bowings in. I
Yeah.
never recommend that people put bowings in just because we'll change them anyway.
Yeah.
It's so individual. Most importantly, it's the articulation that you want to achieve.
Yep.
I think that's the most useful thing, because otherwise you can tie yourself in knots.
Yeah. Unless it's something really specific you want, then
Exactly.
you might write it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. There are instances, for instance, if you wanted all downs in a
Yeah.
certain situation, then that would be useful.
Great.
Or all ups. Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Would you like to hear that again, or should we go on from bar 26 now?
Maybe if we could do that again. I was
Yeah.
thinking in terms of the pulse, it seems to come a tiny bit unstuck in the first sort of 8th notey bit where everybody sort of has it in 17, 18, 19, 20, the 5/8 bar. It seems to sort of pull back there, I think.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so it just might be worth,
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, locking in.
yeah, just thinking about the quaver pulse,
Mm-hmm.
before that bar, so that you're already in that mindset. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how to do it.
Yes.
Can I just ask, what is your first note? D flat, thank you. You do have C. Awesome, thank you. that at the end.
Yeah, that sounded fantastic. I think the 5/8 bar, what was that? 17, 18, 19, 20 was much stronger now. Yeah, that's great. Just a tiny thing. The staccato toward the staccato triplet crotchet toward the end of 26. That should be kind of fully unison.
Oh yes.
And that didn't quite come out. Is it worth just running that bar? Because that is a pretty curly bar.
And then can I just confirm what our bowing is? Last quaver of bar 27. What bow do we wind up on?
Down, up. Oh, I'm on a down. Yeah, I don't know that we're going.
No, it'd be great if we could get that one together.
Okay.
But
was I going to take a second down? What we discussed?
It might have been somewhere else. We didn't do that here.
I can come in on that. Do you want me to take a...
How about you guys? Whatever's more comfortable.
I
because
thought
Zoe
that
and I
you
can
guys
start
decided
now.
to change.
Yeah, that's really good.
oh yeah, we did decide to change, Erica.
Because we started on the down beat.
But and you guys are together. So what do you have on the?
So we're on a down at the end of the bar.
Yeah. Okay.
So we start up.
Yeah, I think you did that maybe at a later point in the movement.
I think you're absolutely right,
Yeah.
Hel. Yeah, there's a few times where I thought this bow was. And can I just ask? The very last crotchet of bar 28 will be on
It's an up for me. Is that what it
Up.
an up.
But...
Dum,
Oh, that may be not good for you, Erica.
It's not good for you, Erica, is it?
That one I could do an extra down.
Okay.
That'd be hard for you though.
How about I try it the other way and we'll see what happens?
Yep. Sorry, Eugene. So we'll go
All
from
good.
bar 26 and we'll be together in bar 26 and we'll unify the next passage as well.
Great. But just one tiny change. Would it be possible to play bar 32, 33 and 34 Tusto?
Yeah. And do you want it quieter or is it just the colour that you would
Just the
like?
colour, I think. I think the dynamic... quieter too. MP there.
Mezzo piano and
Yeah.
tasto.
And we could go to Ord at 34, 35. So for the violin one, the last quaver of 35 will be Ord. And for the other three, in the 3/8 bar, you can... Is it possible to move to
Yeah,
Ord as you go?
totally.
Yeah.
So odd in bar in the
mo-
3/8.
in bar 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 you're Ord, and you're moving to
Got it.
Ord in 35.
Got it.
Cool.
So with that tusto, do you want sort of non-vib type sound or still expressive?
I think still expressive, but just a audio sound,
Just a more hazy sound.
yeah. Say again?
More sort of hazy in the bow. It's
Yeah.
expressive in the left hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
I think I've got a tie missing Eugene in bar 44, 5, 6, 7, bar 48. I think.
Bar
That would be-
44, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, you absolutely have.
Just to let you know, I've been playing it. Like I've been
Playing the tie.
playing the
in.
tie, but
Yeah.
just wanted to let you know.
Yep, great, that's fantastic.
26.
That was great, though. That unison staccato triplet crotchet was top.
Do you know what I did? I rubbed out the bowing and then wrote exactly the same thing in again.
Newfangled
Yeah, I've fixed it.
devices.
Why is it still wrong? also do the same thing bowing wise.
Where's Zoe?
Where we got to bar 80.
Oh yes, yes. Just that on that one before, that the unison staccato. You're on an up, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, I'm on a down.
Yeah, so am I.
It seems a shame both times, don't you think? That we're the
I
gestures
think
so
I think we
different.
should be the same.
Yeah. Okay, so
we just
we'll
have
get to an up. We need to get to an up.
So you'll get to
To be honest, though, because we want to
You want to be
on
on
the last
down.
beat, don't we?
You want to be on a,
Yeah, you want to go into the next bar.
Yeah.
so we'll get to an up with you guys
On the last beat.
on the last beat.
So the staccato note will be a down. Therefore, if
Yeah,
we want to have
sure.
the same gesture, is that all right? The sad thing is, it sounds good on an up.
Yeah.
That
Strangely enough, though, Erica gets to a forte before us. Is that right?
In the
Oh yes, you and I got it
79.
much later.
Forte, we've got.
Oh.
Erica
40.
and Zoe end up forte on the last beat, but Helen and I are delayed.
Well, you're,
well, you're
fortissimo.
heading toward fortissimo
So-
in 80.
Yeah, so we would be at the same level.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yes.
Yeah. You just, okay.
I'll just change the previous one as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we're changing both of them to be uppo?
Yep.
On the last bit? Yep. Can you just tell me the bar number of the previous one? Oh, I got it.
26.
Yep.
Would it be possible, when you've done that, I was just thinking about that quaver line again in the 5/8 bar, and I think part of the way to totally get it happening is that there's a sort of in the 5/8 bar there's the 5 quavers in violin 1, and the line then transfers to the viola,
Yeah.
and then back to violin 1.
Got it.
So it's that sort of
That's
continuity.
sorry,
of
that's
that.
it.
Sorry,
73.
yes, I knew we were talking about
73.
that. Yes, I mean, then it wasn't good again, and I realised it's because I can't actually hear Erica well enough at the moment, so I think I'm just coming late. The time before I just counted and I didn't listen, and it was better, but I can't
But
hear clearly enough.
Let's just have another go
Yeah.
at that from bar 71.
We could bring out the violin 1 a bit more, maybe
Maybe a
to
little
an
bit
MP,
more.
because it is the kind of melody line, and
Yeah.
you are against everybody
Yeah.
else, and
Yeah.
the double stop, so it's you've got a lot to get through there. Feel free to tell me if I'm being too pushy or anything.
No, Clay, this is great.
Not at all.
Absolutely.
That's why we're here.
Cool.
Should we just try that? What about 67? Good
Yep.
spot?
And actually, just on that, something to consider. If there is sort of voice leading things, if you don't necessarily want to kind of be constrained with dynamics, is to use the Hauptstimme and the one beginning with N.
Yeah, the thing that says this is the melodic
This
line.
is the
so
melodic
bring it out.
line. Yeah, so just something to consider.
Yeah.
What does the N stand for? The secondary line?
However, there I thought that was completely clear to me that it was Erica. That was just an internal balance
Got it.
thing rather
Yeah.
than a thing for you necessarily.
Yeah,
Do you know what I
sure.
mean? Like, I just
But that is a really
But you
good point.
could.
I should.
That's what I was wondering about. The
yeah.
choice between marking
Yeah.
it up dynamically or
Yeah.
71.
71.
Sorry. Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
ended up doing an accent then, but sorry, we wanted to check. So you gave Liz an accent, and then did you want Erica and I and Zoe not to be accented on our
yes.
entries there? I accidentally did one then.
I did.
So just remind me which bar.
Sorry, 98. Bar 98.
Me too. I thought it sounded good.
It may.
Yeah, look, why don't we put, that's odd, accents in
But-
violin 1, viola, and in 99 in cello as well.
Yep, and just I think you've got a rogue accent in bar 99 in the second violin.
Oh yes, on the tie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
So we sort of played at that time, I think, Tasto in
Yes.
89.
You did it beautifully, and I was
Absolutely.
slow to the party.
And this second half is a repetition, a transposed repetition of the first with some variations. So any of those
Same, yeah.
details. And I love that, and that 76, the emerging from nowhere, you're doing that really dry and then kind of, as in without
Non-vib.
Yeah.
without vibrato, and then blossoming into vibrato in the following part. It's really
Yeah.
beautiful.
Oh, cool.
Is why
Because I'm
Are you
doing
doing
open
that?
strings.
yeah, right.
So we
Of course.
decided
Because
to
you're
match
doing
that.
open strings, everybody's coming to the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
So
Good.
do we do that the first time? Are we doing it anyway? I can't remember if
Ye-
we were doing
yes.
it the first time at 23. Should we make it official and put non-vib in that bar?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
It's fantastic.
Awesome. So should we go on?
We were
Where did we
almost
get
there.
to?
We were
We were
almost at
almost
the
there,
end.
weren't we? That sorry, the accent. Wait, should we? Can I just sorry, I'll finish a sentence. Can I just confirm when we go back to ordinary, we've got the Tasto at bar 89, and then going back to ordinary.
That's a good question. I was going to ask that as well. Where did we do it in the previous?
It's a little bit. It is a little bit different. Yeah. Hang on.
Yeah, it'll be longer.
Actually, not really.
I just put it in with my upbeat to 93, but it just depends, I guess, if you want a different colour on 92. It's got sort of an extra bar this time around, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think it should be awed at 94. That there's a nice clean break
Yeah,
there for everybody except for Zoe.
That's okay.
But Zoe's
yeah,
moving to
It's totally fine.
tremolo, so
Yeah.
yeah,
It's totally fine.
cool.
Great. Do you want to go? Would it be okay to go bang on bar 98? We'll just finish this section, and then you can show us how to attach the foil
Yeah.
to our instruments.
Where from?
98. Sorry, can I do that again?
So keep holding on until
Yeah,
Until,
we
yeah,
will, yeah, but I wasn't. I thought it was
Yeah.
stopping. So.
Yeah, no,
Actually, that note, it would be good to know whether you wanted vib or non-vib. I reckon that we're holding maybe.
Vib to non-vib. Start off with vibrato and then taper off to non-vib.
Yeah. You happy with that?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yep.
And I guess we just take as many bows as we need to.
Yeah.
until
I can be
Zoe's ready.
pretty quick.
But if we're going to keep that forte up for a while,
Yeah.
do you
Yeah.
want us to have diminuendoed before Zoe starts at B?
No.
No, so she comes in from nothing and we're still forte,
Yes.
and then we over sort of dovetail.
That's right.
Okay.
I just had a question actually about the glue tack.
Yes.
You say at end of fingerboard,
Yes.
and I'm just wondering which end, this end or this end?
Sorry, the toward the bridge end.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting actually because when I first read your instructions, you think they're really clear, but they often are. There are still are different possibilities. It's quite interesting.
So
Yeah,
what
it's almost impossible to. I
Yeah.
actually have some video footage, but
Do you know what we thought of for these instances when there are extra things? We thought, well, a photo or a QR code that links into a video. We were happy, but we can help you with those as well for this piece to go along with it, so that
that would be amazing. Yeah.
it's just sort of click on this. It'll show you how to do it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since the
Once
technology's
we
there,
know.
you might as well use it because it's funny. You just end up filled with doubt about what you are actually meant to
Yeah.
do. That's
Yes.
Because I immediately thought the end was here.
Yeah, well, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, too.
I mean, language is just useless
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
compared to. Yeah, I do have video footage, but
Okay.
it might be.
You can maybe just show us.
Yeah, I think that'll be
Yeah. So
that'll
that's
be
the-
better. So
Is that right?
probably smaller amounts.
Smaller
than
amounts.
that, yeah.
Okay.
Are yours the 2 to 3 grams as well? Because mine will be the same then if that's the case.
So it's
I mean,
smaller per string, right?
Yes, that's right. Probably. Yeah, that would be about the most, I think.
That's the most?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that could go on that bit.
And Helen has
Oh, yeah,
MIDI
that's not much.
swabs
If you need to clean strings. Then.
afterwards too.
I've got swabs as
I'll
well.
have you call
yeah.
that up. Yeah, great. Well, I've just
Oh, sorry,
got one
Eric.
that Erica gave me one.
Yeah, that's
Very organised.
And at this point, I might just say a big thank you to Firestream for streaming, and thank you, Tim, for saying hello on Facebook, and a big hello to Sheena. Lovely that you're watching, Sheena, and I hope you're having fun up there if you are in Bermagui. But lovely, lovely to have you watching this morning, and hello.
So, seeing as we're doing this, maybe we could talk about the foil as well.
Yes, I'm going to have to remember and
So,
all of that.
the question I had for my part was, did you want the foil behind the bridge or in front of the bridge? So,
Yes. In front of.
so where I would normally play.
Yes, so maybe a thinner strip. So, I mean, you will probably end up having to bow a bit
Like that?
tusto. Yeah, thinner strip. Yeah.
Just like that?
Yeah, fold it over. And so, yeah, the idea with this one is that it will sort of vibrate,
Oh
particularly
no, I broke it.
particularly when the G string is activated. Yep.
Like that?
Like that. And the volatility of it is, kind of a pain, but also a part of it. Like, if it moves to a point where it, starts interrupting other strings, then that's okay.
Right.
Are you happy, Erica, with yours? I need to ask about mine.
Is that the sort of sound?
Yeah. That's pretty good. So it's a slight distortion. It could be slightly looser to get more resonance from the foil, but that then it becomes more volatile and more kind of.
Yeah.
So this is and then on the foil.
Yep.
Sorry.
I have quite a strong reaction to that.
I love
asked of it, the involuntary recoil.
It's like styrofoam or something utterly horrible.
Okay.
Can I ask, honestly, with the paper clips,
Yes.
I realised that when you said to attach it, did you mean like this or hanging, and they actually are clipped onto the string with the blue tack? Like this?
No.
No, like, yeah.
So,
I've got the blue tack.
I should have brought a fiddle.
That's fine.
They should be. If this is the string,
Yes.
the paper clip
It would go hanging down like that.
would stand up.
Stand up
Yeah.
And that's where you use the. And is it on the?
on the playing side of the bridge.
On the playing side.
And so I just actually do it so it will go like that.
Yes.
And so it's,
And you use the clip side of the paper clip to.
yeah.
Like the blue tack and the clip are working together, so it's not as in if.
To produce a sound.
No, to stay together. Hang on.
Got it.
The clip part of the...
While you're doing that, I'm just going to say a big, huge, big hugs to Claire and Matt. Claire Higgins was one of our composers, I think in 2017, and sending you all our love, Matt and Claire, and so glad that you're watching.
Is the blue tack the only bit that attaches to the string? I don't actually need to clip it on. I do clip it onto the string. Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you. That answers that. Okay. So I clip it on, and then the blue tack holds it in place.
Yeah, that's right. So if that's the string, the clip actually.
Thank you. It's amazing how many different possibilities there were for.
Oh, I think I'm
still doing it wrong.
Yes.
it goes like
That's
that.
right.
Oh, okay.
And
so
then
possibly don't. What's the blue tack for? Just
to secure it,
Oh,
because
right.
that'll fly off and hit somebody in the eye
Okay.
otherwise.
So there you go. I thought I was clear, and I still
Health
wasn't
and safety.
Right.
Right. And that was a message for you too, Eugene, from Claire Higgins and from Matt as well, who know you from
Oh yeah.
Moreland City Band.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
They're watching.
I mean, I have to say your suggestion of having another instrument probably is more sensible, but I mean, I haven't got one at this stage.
Yeah.
This will take a little moment.
But we might organise one for the concert.
Okay.
We might organise to see if we can borrow a spare viola for Helen for the concert.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, just so that you don't have to.
Right, so I haven't tried this, so I'm not quite sure what it's going to do.
Do you have a bowl?
Yep.
Or do you use it like a pizzicato when
I
you
know
bowl?
it though.
You do bowl with it.
That's
okay.
the
last
last
one.
sound. That's what. So there's what we're going for is that sort of clear
So
dyad.
what's different?
It's looser and it's rattling more. So the
It might be the amount of blue tack as well. Maybe a little more on some of the lower
right.
ones.
Because I've done them all exactly the same.
Right.
Yeah. Or is that one? Was that one? Is it about how much whether they're touching the bridge or not?
Beautiful.
So maybe it needs to push up against the bridge. No, that's not. Yeah, it's just that D one's different, and I don't know why.
And the sort of chance factor here again is part of it, because it is kind of impossible to control.
So you mean if one of them's not as good?
Yeah, that's.
It's okay.
I reckon that the blue tack is on the bit that's not vibrating on the viola on that one.
But that's the good one.
Yeah, no, so that's a good one. So on that one, I think you might have had the blue tack on the bit that was vibrating, if that makes sense. If you put did you have the blue tack on the back of that one?
Maybe it was going on both sides a bit.
Oh,
Cool.
that's what we're after.
Cool.
Right. So what was the change there?
I just put blue tack. I made sure it didn't go on both sides at all. Like it was just only on one side of the string, the blue tack.
On the one side of the paper, so
Whereas
there's
I think it had spread over to kind of go over the
Would you
string
mind
a
if I have a
bit.
close look at that, just for my reference?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So
Just
I just on one side. I think on the one that wasn't working, I'd kind of fold the blue tack over a little bit because I was trying to make it secure.
Yes, it's just so that the paperclip is allowed to vibrate.
Yeah.
That's so that a part of it is allowed to vibrate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Terrific.
But actually, that one's on both sides of the string.
Is it?
It's the pink one, isn't it?
But it's the paperclip that's not being held, potentially. So it's the actually the blue tack's not holding the paperclip. The paperclip has to be able to move. I think.
Okay. But that's a good way to achieve it by only putting it on one side, I think,
Exactly.
in a reliable fashion.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Should we give this second section a go? And a big hello to Helen Wanders, one of last year's composers. Glad you're watching from Hobart.
That's changed it. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. So we'll go second section.
So we won't play that first note because I did it
Sure.
after.
I'll just go from there.
Yeah.
That's getting too tight now.
I thought it was too loose. Yeah, it flies off quite.
Do you want to?
That's all right, as long as I fold it under, it's all good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Eugene has brought his kitchen kitchen utensils drawer.
This hasn't been out for a while.
Shall I go from the beginning?
Okay.
Was that it? Sorry.
That's
fantastic.
It is. It's and
awesome.
Sometimes when the actual note doesn't come out and the harmonic pops out, it's like
Okay, cool.
just gotta go with it.
Yes.
And I should, for anybody watching, this is a guiro bow that Eugene actually lent me for this piece. I tried making my own, but it's just had the, didn't work as well. It's just had the hair wrapped around the bow and then glued on to make sure that it stays in place. If there are any kids watching, do not do this to your bows. Your teacher will be so unimpressed. Eugene would be thrilled.
Actually, it could be because it could be a good use of old bows that no one wants anymore. Those.
Yeah.
Because there's always lots floating around for kids because it's not worth rehairing them. I just remembered they should all be made into guiro bows.
There you go.
Yeah.
Would you like to go on or do that again? What would you want to do?
Maybe do that again if that's all right. Sorry, I was actually trying to find my place in my score.
So back to
Is that an okay tempo for that opening?
Yeah, I think that the sort of in your own time bits are working really well.
Okay, good.
Yeah, great. I think with that particular group bow, it might be cool to try a lighter bow pressure
so that it bounces
more,
yeah.
And even on that C, maybe if you could.
Yeah. Okay. So. Eugene, was I just completely... Oh, yeah, got it. Yeah, got it. No, that was good. Okay. And now I do the scrunching it tightly so that
That's
I can
right.
go on it. Great.
Do you want to go on or do any of that again?
No, let's go on.
Okay.
That's all right.
How, like, sorry, I was a complete dunce at counting that time. It was incredibly approximate. But is the idea that you hear dun dun dun?
Yep.
Yeah, quite precisely. We can work on getting that more precise. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be metronomic, as long as the effect of
Got it.
whatever you call that effect
The
is there.
layering of
Yeah.
it.
Okay, that's good to know.
Great.
I'm interested in the ends of those notes. We'll come back and talk about that.
Uh-huh.
Will we? Yeah.
Good idea.
Okay,
Good idea.
I'll go on for now. Is this right? Is this what you meant?
No, so Pip's on the normal
Ah,
side of the...
but with the...
Yeah, so it's a kind of like a
Thank
kalimba.
you. That I think it often means when you have the crosses, doesn't it?
It does
On the
often
other side
mean
of
to
the
go on
bridge.
the other side
So
of the
sorry,
bridge.
that's why
Aha.
I thought that.
I've just used it as a sort of, indeterminate
Yes.
pitch
Right,
symbol.
this sounds
but-
much. I like
But I
this.
think if it's just on a... Yeah, that does seem really cool.
Yeah.
You probably can just leave it as... normal
Regular
notes,
pitches. Okay.
Even though...
Or maybe just a little note there might be required, just in case someone did what I did and just kind of go we've done with this effect, and now he just wants it on the other side of the
Yeah.
bridge. You know what I mean?
So just a note saying on the normal side of the bridge, or
yeah. What would you say?
I would just have the normal notes. If you just want it, if it's just honestly an open
Yeah.
string, but with that effect, I would just put the
yeah,
Because
And
then
it's like-
that's what I would do.
Right.
I would use
yeah,
that.
and you just go, oh, because I've still got those there. It's sounding
Yeah.
weird.
Okay. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so can I just, and that's the same for me then, isn't it? Got
Yes.
it? Yep, great. So for everybody we're playing normally, nobody's playing behind the bridge.
No,
Great.
I'm not into that weird stuff.
So funny.
Alright, off I go.
Sorry.
I was not supposed to finish by myself, sorry.
So we're way under, aren't we?
No, no, no.
Just
This-
the last
the-
two
the
bars,
triple-
really slow, weren't
Half
they?
speed.
You went quite as
Yes,
well.
that's what I was going to say. I thought we were good on the second to last one.
So I'm sounding really normal with my pizzicatos with this. Is that right?
It's possibly, yeah. I think it's not. It's
How can I sound less normal?
Oh, you're pitching on the foil.
I was just wondering if that's
Oh,
what
right.
I should do. No.
I'd say
Sounds. I want to do what they're doing.
yeah.
I like your.
On your
sound.
own you can hear it, but maybe when we're all playing you don't hear it so much as
Do you want it to be buzzy?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
And I guess that's the compromise between, you know, we
that's
want
all right.
tight foils. Yeah,
Okay. Cool.
that's beautiful.
Should we just try that?
I just have a question with our notes playing on the foil. Do you want to be able to hear the actual pitch of the note?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so you'd rather
Yeah.
that kind of, or
I prefer the second, the latter.
so that
yeah.
one.
So that's it.
I'm
It's like partially on the foil.
half on foil, half.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Erica. That sounds good. So
I
you
reckon
go
that's a
like,
good vibe. And again, if something sort of pops out that's just totally unexpected, you just have to fully commit to it
Yeah,
and, just,
okay.
and not shy away
Go
from
and
it.
have a shower.
Yeah, yeah, great. So I might just go half on foil.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a
This would not be a sensory friendly concert, but the people that have sort of got sensory sensitivities. I really like that pizzicato so much more than behind the bridge though.
Oh, that's
yeah.
good.
So is the idea that it's
So
like
much more
a
interesting.
Yeah, it's like a
kalimba,
kalimba,
like
absolutely.
a kalimba.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
En masse, it sounds incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could we just go from 100 from bar 152 again?
Mm-hmm. Oh, this has changed a bit. I think my clips are falling. They're kind of.
Placing the crescendo is a bit of an issue.
Are they just straight triplets? And
Meant to be. I'm trying to do them. Do they sound funny, do they? Yeah. I'll think of it in two. I think I was trying to subdivide it.
Should we work out bowing later, Erica? On another time?
I have actually put mine.
Oh,
but
tell me.
I don't think I did any of them. That's all.
Just tell me quickly from bar 160 shoe.
162 down.
Well, maybe just because there's a couple of slurs that I wouldn't mind including.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Do that before.
Sure.
Yes, please.
I
Tell us.
guess.
Yeah.
So it's for violin and cello. Violin 1 and cello. Bar 162, slur from the first quaver to the first to the second note.
Yep, still do that at jumbo.
Sure.
2 bars later, same thing. So from the quaver to the dotted crotchet.
Yep.
And the next bar, the same thing.
Yep. Do you want to go same thing, just down, up, down, Erica? Yep.
167, again, slur from the quaver to the tied.
Yep.
So there should be a slur between the semiquaver and the dotted quaver in bar 169.
Should we do up, down?
With still an accent? Yum, bam.
Yes.
Still an accent on within the slur?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point.
No, but we can do that within the slur.
Okay.
Yum, ba yum. Which
Great.
Good.
Yes.
I just took a photo of
Oh,
you.
good on you. What are you doing?
Put it on Instagram.
So now I know.
Sorry, so we're in 169. Any more?
174.
So you're okay with bar 170 being up, down?
Oh, sorry. No, 170 should be, again, tied from the, slurred from the quaver.
Do you want to do that at downbow?
What's next? Yep.
And 174 from the quaver to the dotted quaver. 176 from the quaver to the dotted quaver.
Yeah.
And 177 from the slur from the quaver to the hatted crotchet.
Okay, so dum ba yum.
Yeah, good point.
No, we'll do the same thing. We'll do the hat but within a slow.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Sorry, can you tell me that again? I'm 2 steps behind.
177. Slur in
From the
B.
B flat to the A.
Should
The
we do
last
that?
2 notes.
Yeah, and should we do that on a downbow? Dum ba yum.
Yep, just what if we've done so the one before being up.
And then the last one is from the in bar 180, the quaver on beat 4, slur to the quaver on and a 4.
Should we run that again with all of that? That would be.
Yeah, that'd be great. Are you all reading from the score?
We are.
Yeah.
Is that?
Because we've got iPads.
Yeah,
Makes it
right.
possible.
Makes it quicker
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
to learn.
cool. It's great.
I have to say that the composer development program was the reason that we invested in iPads.
Yeah, right.
Because it means that for these kinds of we know exactly, well, theoretically that means that we know where we are.
Yeah, it would be
And there's
a nice luxury.
there are some pieces though for which a score can be more confusing. It can be more distracting.
Yeah, sure.
It can, but this one works.
Okay.
It works well.
We're doing this whole section again? Is that what you said?
Yeah, should we do it?
Sorry, I missed
that
that
pizzicato bit again?
I was
Should
going
we
to
do
can we
that?
just try the last 2 bars?
Yeah.
Get that.
Yes.
Really,
Could you give us a couple of bars into it?
We should join their dynamic wherever they are.
Sorry.
shouldn't we?
Yeah, we should have been loud. Yeah.
a sudden flurry that just goes away.
Yeah.
Beauty.
From a 152.
Unless you want to go back and do some of that other section and put it together in a longer section. What do you think, Eugene? Go from 135 in a longer section? We can do some of that again?
That might be worth doing. I did just want to check too, sorry, one more thing about Erica. From 117,
Yes.
what happens if you play that section in a higher position on the lower string? Because I think there's more resonance from the foil. Is that good? Maybe now on normal strings, just for comparison. It's much of a muchness. I mean, yeah. Maybe just consider that if it feels like it might be worth trying that if the lower strings are giving more.
Yeah, well, I mean, the
resonance.
lower strings have a wider
Amplitude.
vibration, that's
Yeah.
the other word, amplitude. So theoretically,
Yeah.
you're quite right, they should rattle a little bit more.
Yeah, so it might be.
Right.
Were you doing that on G then?
Yeah.
Cool.
Eugene, at 117, I have a slur over the B, D sharp.
Yes.
Are you intending for that to be different to Erica?
No, sorry. I've marked in that should be slurred too.
Sure.
I've marked on my score. Thank you, Liz.
Would you like to just do the whole second section?
That would be terrific.
okay.
Yeah. I'm conscious that we're nearly out of time, and you guys
Yeah, no, we've got
must have a
Still
couple.
got another 10 minutes.
we've got another sort of 12 minutes.
My goodness.
Sorry, just need to remember which bits to put on and take off.
I'm totally lost.
So we're at 107. Sorry, can we do that again? Can we just go from where we come in and I'll concentrate? 162?
60, yeah.
162. To Liz.
So yeah.
Please try that again for one. So the sound, I get really distracted.
Yeah.
And I can't sort of fix my bow and count at the same time.
Yeah.
But I'll get there.
Where from? Sorry.
Could we do that again for 162? Is that okay?
Yeah. Sorry, you can.
We're getting
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wrapped.
Oh, I'm so
Thank
glad
you.
that you're happy.
Yeah,
Eugene.
I'm very happy.
It's really yeah,
Cool.
so many cool effects, and so we'll make sure that we take photos and even just little video snippets just of what we've done.
Probably a photo's enough, isn't it? Just that would just put you on the right track.
Yeah,
A photo.
yeah. I think that.
I reckon maybe a video just so that you know, like for instance with the passing, passing, just know that it should
Yeah,
pass.
that's true.
I can sort of
Yeah,
in terms of the sound could be a good.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be very appreciative of that. Absolutely.
It might be that nobody needs to watch the videos on.
Yeah.
Oh, you should be good to have them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I neglected in this section to, whenever there's one of those, to put a staccato as well. So all the
So all of them need to be
marcatos are
short.
staccato as well.
Got it.
Um,
So, for instance, things like 173, is that what you mean?
yes, and the crotchets particularly.
Got
like
it.
177, 181. Boo-doo-doo.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, terrific. And it is, I think, you know, as you're all getting, you know, used to the sounds and the fact that they change on you and you can't sort of control that, I think that's really helping, kind of just getting used to the idea that it's not going to be the same every time.
Yeah.
And that you just have to, you know, really, if something pops out that's really unexpected, then you just have to totally commit to it,
Yeah.
not back away from it.
Yeah.
So
And,
really,
and like even in the solo bits, it's like if something comes out, you should kind of linger on it more.
Okay.
Just go,
Yeah.
you know.
it's a really good life lesson, Eugene.
Well, yeah.
Celebrate the unexpected.
Yes, anything but the monotony of the last couple of years. Yeah.
Well, it has been wonderful having you here. We are going to take a short break and reset, and we will see you back at 12. If anybody feels like coming back, we'll be back on board at 12.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well done,
Great.
Eugene. Can't wait to perform it.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you've rejuvenated with a cup of tea. Anybody in Melbourne, I hope you've got something keeping you warm today. We're into the second stage of our composer development program, and a very big, quick thank you to the Team of Pianists for having us here at Glenfern, the Besen Foundation, Victorian Womens Trust, City of Melbourne, and the All That We Are residency. A big thank you to Five Stream for making this possible, and the wonderful Steve who's supervising today, and Bex, very, very big thank you. They've connected us with Mark Vendy, so we've got Mark remotely online. And hello Mark, how are you going?
I'm very well, thank you, Zoe, and good morning or good afternoon now to you all. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this wonderful experience.
And so we chose Mark from an anonymous field. Quite a lot of applicants this time, I have to say. So if you did apply and you weren't successful, then please do reapply. Mark just told us that he's applied on previous years, and this time we chose his piece. So my advice is just keep on applying and keep on writing. There are so many pieces that we really, really liked that we weren't able to choose. So I think we're going to get right into it. This is the fourth movement of Mark's string quartet. We invited him to choose which of the movements he would like to workshop because it's too long to workshop at all. And he chose this movement called Stamp Dance. So Mark, what we might do is we might strap ourselves in and go for a run from beginning to end. What do we think?
Give it a go.
We're going to give it a go with the caveat that
we might not get there.
We might not get there.
That's right.
So we'll do
anything, any mistakes will be very instructive. Mistakes. I'm not limiting the reference to mistakes to performers. There are probably plenty of composer mistakes in there as well.
Oh, don't worry.
Thank you.
Don't worry, Mark. We will strap ourselves in and see you at the end.
Thank you.
At the same time.
Do you just start again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's start.
Sorry. There you go, Mark. That was your the fourth movement.
I had to swap headphones from time to time.
Oh.
This pair of headphones does not give very good sound at all.
And we do apologise for for that. That's yeah. That's, so how would you like to approach it from here, Mark?
There's clearly some issues, at least in the first run through with some of the ensemble, but at least through the headphones. The headphones are problematical, I think. But what I found was that it to some extent wasn't. There could have been some more attack on some of the lines.
Right.
So
why don't we go? Why don't we go? I think what would be a really good thing, so that we can catch everything that you would like to improve. Let's just go section by section, and then you can tell us precisely. And we can use it also in terms of ensemble, getting some of those ensemble-y tricky things. We'll sparkle them up, and we'll definitely work on them before the concert as well. How about if we go from the beginning through until just before figure 23 as an initial section?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you.
And then so in the performance notes, Mark, you mentioned that the accents you wanted. Am I right that you wanted those to be more of an emphasis rather than an attack? Is that correct?
So yes, if you see something that's basically a standard accent, then it's more of an attack.
It's more of an attack.
Correct.
Oh, so I'm so sorry, Mark. I completely was down the gut. I did precisely the opposite. So there you go.
Right, so the standard Marcato just says or the standard for accent is allowed. You can see on the note it says a louder emphasis or accent in the manner of attack. So,
got it. Yeah.
So where I've used the Marcato sign, which is above the note normally, as effectively an arrowhead, that's a loud and sharp accent.
Yep.
So that's the way I normally write these things. So
that makes complete sense,
so
Mark.
So not as much loudness on the standard accents, but definitely attack.
Got it. No worries. I completely misread that, Mark. My apologies. Oh, that was my bad. Let's go from the beginning through until just before figure 23, and then we'll fix up any notes that you have.
Okay, yes, that sounded much better, thank you. What you can put is, say, in in 4/12, just before the quadruple stop, there can be a slight pause. You can put a comma there.
So not to say, yeah, sure.
And similarly, you can do that at 4/19, just to get that cleanness of the stops. It's not written, but
no, sure.
You know, from a musicality point of view, it makes sense, I think.
Yep. Mark, I've just got to. Can I confirm that my tenuto marking is good in bar 422? Just because I'm the only one with that tenuto marking, and same a few bars later. But that's a. Is your intention that I'm longer than everybody else?
So you mean so under the note, you've got the tenuto marking.
Yeah.
You can try it without the tenuto. And just play it normally.
I guess the question is really if you would like us to be unanimous or not in the length there.
Can you just give it a trial? Because initially when I wrote it, it was deliberate. So if I can hear the difference, then I'll make that decision.
Great. So we'll do a unanimous version for you now, where I do
you.
Yeah. Any other corrections before we move on?
It's in bars 441, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 441 and 444. The viola could, instead of playing E there, could play G in 441 and C in 444. If the movement improves the sound quality there.
So you don't like the sound of the chord at the moment, do you mean?
Well,
that one?
It's just occurred to me that if it's too exposed, the E, it might be better to have the G and C. But just to confirm, ladies, when this piece was conceived, the violins were opposite. So the configuration was, first violin, viola, cello, and second.
So an antiphonal, yeah, right.
Yeah, that antiphonal side. Anyway, so that's the way it was conceived.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay. And look, just while we're on the chords, just wanted to, whilst we're here, investigating the voicing in the very first chord that we all have together, 9, 10, 11, 12, in bar 413, I think it is. Just confirm, because we've all got, because you've got the doubling up and the doubling up. So so the viola and cello are playing exactly the same thing, and the violins are playing exactly the same thing. If you wanted to experiment with a different voicing there, then we'd be open to that. If you wanted to experiment with anything.
Well, I'll take that under consideration. Thank you.
No worries. We'll leave that in the melting pot.
I just didn't quite understand those chords. I just wanted to let you know, if I understood correctly, that the chord that you've got written is easier than what you're suggesting, but maybe I misunderstood. So you're suggesting I could do the 4th instead of the 6th, are you? I'd be less likely to play that in tune than what you've got, I think, at the moment.
So which bar are we referring
you said at figure 22. You said replace the E with the G. Did I misunderstand?
420.
Oh, 422.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I misunderstood.
So I was looking at 441.
440. Yes.
And 444.
Okay, so you just play. Is that?
So there's just to confirm, there's no double stop in 441.
No. So just change that to a G, the E to a G.
So okay. you could either play the G at 441 or 442, and it would make I'm trying to get some. I'm just experimenting with whether or not it should be some movement there or two
Got
equal notes.
Got it. So would you like me to try that next time, the Gs?
Could I suggest that Helen goes E, G, because then there's 2 E's. If she does a G in 4/4/1, there'll be 3 G's and 1 E.
So it goes F, E, and in fact put the G on 442, please.
Okay. All right. Got it. Sorry. Thank you. I'm glad I clarified that. I misunderstood before.
So F, E, G,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
then the triple stop, then F, F, E, C.
Okay. Yes.
E, C.
Yeah.
Yeah. E.
I know that at that point everyone's playing the C in 444, but nonetheless it might work better.
Yeah. Let's give this another go.
I wondered when we were playing it then, the accent sounded a little bit more effective, but it also might be about us not doing the accents when they're not there.
Yeah, sure. That's a good
So
point.
that maybe everything, I'm just wondering, when a note isn't accented, it could just be a bit lighter, so the accents do pop a bit more.
Correct. If I haven't put an accent there, then I'm, obviously, performers will always, put some their own personality into it. But if I haven't called for it, then it can be just as written. Please.
Okay. Beautiful. Just do that one more time with the.
Yeah. How are we splitting that chord? Just kind of.
Yeah, sort of quickly.
So don't forget at that point you've got a slight pause before the
Yeah.
quadruple stop.
Yeah.
Certainly much better, thank you. Just 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. In 418, which you can see that there's the quaver at the start is not dotted. If that can be clearly detached.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it was makes more of the rest. Excellent. Yep, of course. Yeah, awesome. Should we go on for now, just so that we make sure that we get through? And you never know. At the end, we might be able to do another run. You never know.
Yep. Thank you. We'll continue. Thank you.
Yeah.
What is this,
23. Straight on. Sorry, I didn't tell them we were going to start. That's good as well. Any comments, Mark?
Look, it's always unclear whether or not it's to do with the phones you're listening out of, but I'm still, in so far as the at 24, for example, second violin dun, da dun. Da. So there's
A rest.
So don't hold on to the quaver for too long. Whereas you can see that in the first violin, that quaver is dotted. So there is a difference to be observed there. And the first violin is, it can be much longer in that dotted quaver than the second violin, who is playing a similar note, but is not dotted specifically. Thank you. As I say, it's very difficult for me. I've tried to listen with my better headphones, but unfortunately there's a delay, so
I reckon if you just we'll try and fix everything as best we can. Mark, I just wanted to just double check the dissonance in bar 466.
So
just checking that there was. There was some. Oh no! Don't worry! No! Don't worry! There's no distance. Don't worry. That was a different question, and it's all totally fine. Don't worry.
There is a dissonance, but
that's fine.
I'm sensing a kind of dueling violin in
correct.
this section.
And as I indicated, in the concept, the violins are opposite. So and that's where you get this dueling concept from. Yeah. And you have the dotted rhythm together with the triplets, sometimes in opposition, sometimes in conjunction, but the opposition is actually that's how I initially conceived it.
Yeah, so we shouldn't be trying to get out of the way of each other. So we're really
correct.
playing off each other. Yeah, fantastic. That's really fun.
Yeah.
Great. Do you want to do that section?
I reckon should we do that section one more time?
So it's really quite. You were doing it quite well, Liz, but I think I was clipping mine a little bit. Making a point of doing the long ones longer.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know that it's difficult. I'd like to hear it just a fraction faster, but thank you.
Okay. Let's go for it.
I understand that it's difficult because Zoe raised that issue with me previously, so I'm aware of that. Thank you.
Could I possibly ask about when I'm playing all the repeated pizzas and you want them in the direction downwards, what's the idea behind that as an effect?
So initially I was thinking that it would be more percussive, and so I was really thinking that it would be a strong stroke, 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 stroke.
Yes.
With the thumb.
The thing is, I found for me to do it with my thumb, it's actually extremely awkward because my arm, to try to reach that and do it repeatedly is a very, very awkward motion. So I ended up trying to do it with this finger. But to be honest, I think it would sound cleaner just like. But I just wondered how you were feeling now you're hearing me trying to do it. I sound quite.
It's actually difficult to hear it through these headphones. I have to say.
So you can't really tell.
But maybe what could happen is that between you and Zoe, because Zoe is playing part of that rhythm, just the two of you just play it in the
Sure.
alternative.
I'll just tune my strings.
It might sound better.
Yeah.
I'll just do it on my own. I just need to get a decent feel.
So let's go from 23.
Do you want me to try with my thumb?
Yeah, I wasn't really thinking of movement of the hand. I was thinking of just movement of the thumb. So
Oh, I
basically-
see. It's just maybe just because of the distance away from myself and holding the bow. I don't know.
I reckon if you want it just to be more of a percussive sort of thing, that actually Helen will probably.
Correct. It's supposed to be short percussive as much as it's possible. So
Okay.
not to be ringing. I'm not looking for ringing.
Okay.
I'm looking for
Okay.
sharp if I can get it. So.
Do you know what I would advise, Mark, when you with it is to maybe mark secco or something like that, and then leave it up to, because every player will approach it slightly differently in terms of their instrument and their body in terms of how they actually make that sound. And then they may choose to do exactly what you've said, or they may choose to do something different. But what we're after is the oral effect of what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, do you want to try with what you've worked out?
Oh, I
and
mean,
see
what
if
I
it's-
worked out I didn't think was dry at all. I mean, I was just trying to find a way to do the direction that you were asking for. Shall I just try normal and just see?
And see if you can get it normal
See
and
what you
dry.
think, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normal and dry. Okay. Just us two from 23.
I mean, there's a limit to how dry an open G and C
Yeah,
will be
exactly.
because they're extremely ringing strings on the viola, I
understand
suppose.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. So we'll see. You know, is it if you try it with the thumb now and
I can try the thumb.
with a short.
I could
with
try
a-
the thumb in the
with a
normal
short
direction.
strum.
Let's try that.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking you'd have to hold the bow in your fingers to some extent.
Yeah.
And
Well,
thumb it like that.
I can certainly do that in the regular direction. Doing that in the irregular direction just feels wrong. I just can't. I can't
Okay.
understand how to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's-
I'll just.
I will proceed with the. Thank you.
Okay.
So you
That's
want
why
to?
we're here.
So
Yeah,
did you
yeah,
want to?
exactly,
Did
yeah.
you want to hear it with the thumb, Mark?
Yeah, I'll do with the thumb.
Yeah. Great.
How's that? I mean, that's to me sounds better.
That sounded. That sounded. You know, to my mind, closer to what I was hoping for.
Excellent.
Yeah. Well, I
Excellent.
can certainly do. I can actually sort of stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're happy with that, that's just using the thumb, but not the opposite direction.
So I would just
Yeah.
write secco on the music, I think, and then we know that you want it sort of dry and crisp. And the great thing is that then it's actually really, you can hear the rhythmical interplay then, which is really fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay,
that,
cool.
the
Oh,
effect
good.
is the critical.
Yeah.
aspect,
I'm
thank
glad.
you.
Beautiful.
That feels better.
Excellent. Should we go from 23 slightly up on?
Oh yeah.
Do I? Yeah, I was going to say, do we dare put the? That felt fun.
The tempo was much better, thank you.
Right.
I'll leave it to you to work out, you know, just how clean you can make it
Yeah.
at that tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I say, I'm suffering a bit from the headphones, but
Mm.
nonetheless, it's sounding, it's sounding better every time.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
thank you very much.
We're heading in a good direction. That's good to know. Should we go on from 26 through until 27? Sorry, Mel, I'll do that again. Can I just confirm that I am Arco at the end?
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're the only one that's Arco, but you are definitely Arco.
Okay.
And that slur sign under the note is basically it's like an LV, if you like, let it ring.
Yeah.
As long as you want, because there's a general pause afterwards.
Do you know, I would be inclined, just so that whoever plays this next doesn't kind of go, oh, they've just forgotten, Mark's just forgotten to put a pizzicato there. I would, what would you, I would probably just either, in this instance, put a down bow on it or something, just so that...
Or just write Arco in brackets.
Maybe something like that, yes. Maybe something like that, just so that, so to save them having the same conversation that we're having now. And because, I think in that instance it might be worthwhile. Cool.
And just to confirm here, even though it's different when this passage is repeated at the end, here you can play, it's an open string, and as we've discussed, open strings do ring. So you can play it, it's got a tenuto under it, but it can be a little bit shorter and just allow it to ring. So it will depend on how it sounds when I can hear it better.
Yeah, sure.
But it's at the second iteration towards the end of the score, you can see that I've tied it over into the next bar, and that is quite specific.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you. I'm actually just going to, yes. Any other notes before we run that section again?
Can I ask Liz how that dislocated sound is from her point of view, because I can't hear it very well at the moment. From bar 26, she's got this syncopated rhythm effectively. How do you feel that that's going?
Well, I feel quite comfortable, but it sounds like you want to hear more of it, so I can definitely play more.
Well, as I say, I'll be able to re-listen to this afterwards because this is recorded, so I'll hear it a lot better through the other phones, and things will become clearer to me. And it may be that I'll send some notes afterwards as well.
Yeah. Please do, Mark.
I mean, I've been...
But, if you feel you're comfortable with it at the moment, and if it fits from the way that you all hear it, then that's fine. That's what I'm happy with. As much... it's obviously not to the fore in the way that the other instruments necessarily are. You hear at this point that the violin, first violin, and viola are now in opposition to some extent. So those are the instruments that need to come out at that point, particularly the viola. But I was more interested in whether you find it comfortable and whether it's working, because I can't hear it very well. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I've been deliberately dropping the dynamic to let these two through, but maybe I should make a little bit more of the accents, maybe just like a bit of a...
And you can see that they're all short, so it is clearly that staccato sound that I'm looking for there.
Yeah.
One more go.
Sorry, my bad.
That's okay, so I'll just give one, shall I? Okay.
Thank you very much.
And Mark, Helen was just commenting that at the moment the HL's not really happening, but we will make sure that we kind of step up the tempo a little bit. There is a sort of a limited to do that, and if you didn't know which double stop, so I am going to confess, Mark, which double stop I'm not doing. It is, and it's just so that you can hear the C sharp. It's in bar 540, 1, 2, 3, 4. Bar 544, the G was still ringing on from that. And if I pluck the G you didn't quite hear the C sharp, so I just was only playing the C sharp on that one, if that's okay.
Look, you're quite right. The open string, it can sound a bit dirty if you're trying to stop it at the same time.
Yeah, so if you're okay with that, that's great.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Just a very specific question from me, which will apply to Liz and myself. At bar 547, on that second crotchet beat, we have a crotchet which you have a marcato accent on, plus a line through it which I've interpreted as being basically to play 2 quavers.
Correct. This is the second beat of 547.
Yes.
Correct.
So would you like
2 quavers?
Would you like both those quavers to be quite short? Is that what the hat?
Yeah. So that is what it would sound like.
Or even shorter.
Correct. Now when you're doing a tempo, it'll be short anyway, I think. So
might have actually been quite long.
So they've got to be clearly detached, but whatever comes is comfortable at that point, I think.
Okay.
Marcato.
Yeah.
Shall we go on, Mark, do you think?
Thank you.
Yeah. My bow's still recovering from bowing on foil.
Can I just make some observations? At 575, you've got that portamento.
Yeah.
And that E and D, the last note for the cello, that's to be short.
Oh, yeah. I think I did that the second time, not the first time. I remember the second time. Yeah, absolutely. I'll make that shorter.
Okay.
Oh, and the other thing, sorry, Mark, just while we're there, I think I've been portamentoing between both of the notes, but is it that you want only portamento between the B and the E and not the G and the D? Or can I do both?
both.
Awesome. That's so much easier. Thank you. That's,
Thank you.
Do you want to?
Well, I took a shortcut here. I sort of, in my mind, tossed up whether I needed to put marking between the G and the D as well. But,
can I play you the other way? Because of the reason that because I was being very diligent, and I did try it the other way, not expecting to like it, but I actually did. So that and I kind of like. I thought, oh. But if you like both, that's so much easier.
I think it sounds a little bit odd.
We can choose.
You
But
made
as
it
long as
work.
it's short, it's got to be short.
Okay. Great. Helen thinks it sounds weird with that. Great.
Can I just say also, and this is obviously repeated throughout, I thought that Helen got it exactly right, by the way, in 56, 57, 58. 59 with that last beat in that bar. I want that short, thank you, and a bit of emphasis. But in 568, the cello, you can see that there's you've got a cacciatura over a dotted E, rather dotted B.
Hang on, so can you just say the bar number for me again, Mark?
Actually, it's GBD, in fact. So we're at 6, 7, 8, 568. So
Yeah.
you can see the cacciatura is a dotted, and then the following note, the G, is longer.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
And that when the second violin plays that cell as well, it's similar. And in fact, I put a note over 582 for the second violin, where there's that accent there. I've marked it on my score as a slight attack. It's also in 578, slight attack. So, but in one sense, it's the concept is similar to the tenuto, which for the second violin is in 576. So anyway, if where I put in the staccato markings, I want those short, and if I put a tenuto, I clearly want it longer, please.
Thanks for picking us up on those, Mark. And at this point, I am going to confess that in the tune, in 267, going doing that second fifth is actually really problematic up here, because I can't bar. With your permission, is it okay if I leave off that fifth? I'll do the first one, and then just a G, if that's okay. Otherwise, it's quite cumbersome, and I'm afraid that the tune won't have the dry.
Thank you. I'm happy to approve that. If you're telling me that it's so difficult, that's I should be guided by that. Thank you.
Do you know? And it's one of those points where if it was difficult, and I thought that it would be missed if it wasn't there, absolutely I would pursue it. But I think that the difficulty outweighs its worth. If that's okay.
Thank you. No, that's all right. It's, the C there is covered by the second violin. So
That's fantastic news for me,
chord
Mark.
is there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Mark, I've got one tiny little thing, something that's difficult for me, and that's 582. Trying to put that grace note before a Bartok Pitts, I haven't been successful in doing that so far.
So that's just to be clear, that's an appoggiatura, and
Yes.
not a cacciatura, so that can be longer.
Can be longer, can it? Okay. Even so,
Right.
it takes a moment to grab the string to do the. I'm just not sure.
Right, so do you want to omit it? Is that the,
I think for me that would be my choice. I'm not sure how successfully I would do that. But
okay, thank you. I'll omit it for the thank you.
if the Bartok Pitts is really important to you, I would. That's what I would.
The Bartok Pitts is the the emphasis there. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anything else, Mark, before we just run that section again?
I thought that it can be, the adagietto might be just a little faster.
Okay, a bit more flowing.
Until
Yeah,
you
thanks.
get to the allegro.
Yep. So you would.
But in other words, it does say ponderosa, but that's more the quality of sound rather than the tempo.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
And just to make it clear, Zoe, at first you've got the double cacciatura with the G sharp and the D. You can see that I've put a little sharp accent underneath that. So meant to be short, yeah. Short and sharp.
Yeah. Was that okay? Yeah.
Yeah, that certainly sounds better. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to confirm, even though the violins are MF, you can see that there's a marcato over them. So, if it turns out that they come out more forte than mezzo forte, then that's fine too. Thank you. Can I just confirm at 577 that it is piano there, so it becomes forte at 578.
Were we a bit loud, were we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear the dynamic distinction between 578 and 580, but so anyway, it's just something to be aware of. But otherwise, it seems that that it's coming together. So I don't think there's too much I need to say about that. Thank you.
Just Mark, just to let you know, in the score in bar 592, we've assumed that the arco in the viola part is for the next two bars. Just to let you know.
But maybe it wasn't.
But maybe it wasn't.
So arco is in 592 for viola only, but
that's intentional.
But that's intentional,
right?
And then continuing after that, it's still arco.
Okay.
So the cello is arco at 591 and 92. The viola is pizzicato until the last beat of 592, and the violins are both pizzicato. And then we head into the molto allegro, where the cellos commence again arco, and the violins, that's when they become arco.
Yeah, no, it's completely clear. It's just maybe let's practice that so you can hear what that sounds like from bar.
And just to confirm, under the viola, you can see there's a staccato marking, so it's supposed to be short as well as.
Yeah, so you wanted to match the length, but you just want a slightly different texture with me being.
Correct.
Okay,
Got
all right.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe let's go from just cover that and then go through until the Ponticello bit.
Mm-hmm. Should we go from 587, something like that? Would that be?
Sounds good.
Towards the end, I heard where the violins are playing the answering rhythm at 6:25 and 6:28. Don't forget the last note is to be played short.
Mm-hmm.
So dun da da. It's really is to be short there. So. As I say, I'm having difficulty hearing. At 6:09, you've got that rhythmic bass, if you like, where both cello, viola, and then subsequently the second violin are playing that dotted rhythm, and that's underneath the first violin, which has got the complicated part here. I can't hear that very well. So how's that sound at your end? Is it?
I did think it sounded a bit thick then. So perhaps you want to hear Erica the most.
Yeah. So Erica, you can see, it's got a couple of spot others.
Yeah.
And if you like, I've put on the start of the dotted quavers, say in cello and viola and those, even the second violin. Here, it's even though it's to have some emphasis, it's not to swamp, the top line. What I'm looking for is the emphasis on the first note, the short second note, then you've got the slur with a dotted last note in that sequence. So, and that's the rhythm that we're looking for here. But what I'm asking about specifically is, because I can't hear it very well, I'm hearing a lot more potential dissonance than I wanted, and I'm not sure what you can hear.
Well, it just does sound quite dissonant, that bit, doesn't it? But
do you want us to just do it a little bit slower, Mark, so that you can potentially hear the tonality? Would that be useful?
In particular, I'd like to hear with the double stops at for the first violin at 6:11, I think, just hear how they're working in relation to it. But anyway, if we could do that, that would be fine. Just a bit slower might be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Like a.
Sorry. sorry, I'm just going to do those a little bit more cleanly. I'll try something else. Yeah.
So like a...
Okay, so thank you. Try as much as you can to get some shortness where you can, wherever you see a sharp accent over a quaver. So, for example, in 609 first violin, you've got the double stop followed by the dotted crotchet, and then you've got the quaver at the end there, and that's got a sharp type of accent over the top of it, martellato, I think. But if they can be short, there's an emphasis only on the first double stop in 611, but the A flat that follows in bar 612, this is first violin, can be short. In 613, you've got the triplet, and you can see that I've put a staccato over the quaver on E there, so that can be short, but you can see that there's slurring over the remaining notes, obviously bowed in different directions, but slurring there, so they can be a bit longer. The semiquavers probably will be short just by nature of them being semiquavers.
Sorry, wrong note. Is that what
and you can see that there's a underneath there's a crescendo marking, so they can get louder as well as it heads towards the bar 614.
Yeah.
So
those double stops, that's the dissonance you're after.
correct.
Yes. Okay.
That's and if they're slurred in that fashion, then that's the way I anticipated it. So It says 135, but it's only slightly slower than the allegro that was before it. So at this point, as I say, I could hear it a lot better when you took it slower because of the phones. But I think it's I don't want to make too many changes. So thank you.
Okay, no worries. Let's go for another run of this section up to tempo now.
From that spot.
Is it? Yes, so no.
Sorry. Yeah, I didn't ungadget myself.
Yeah.
And now I've lost where we are. Can we try that one more time?
Yeah.
I'll try a bit more convincing. it's good. It's just sticky, yeah. I'm leaving out the odd note of some of the triple stop chords.
Yeah, if you can let me know which ones, that'd be great. But you don't have to let me know just at the moment. That can be provided to me if you. Can I just ask, in the Ponticello, it probably shouldn't be played so close to the bridge. Just get a little bit of we want a bit of the Ponticello effect, but still the intonation if we can, as much as regional intonation that we can get.
So maybe that would be quasi pont.
Or poco.
Poco pont, perfect.
Poco pont.
Poco pont. Yeah.
Should we go from that pont section again?
Mm-hmm. So 631 directly up?
Yep.
Probably a good place to stop and go back.
Okay, so how do you hear it at your end?
I think one of the things is oh gosh, I've gone back too far. Where did we start then?
We started at the pont.
Yeah, I think it's going to be just. I think once we're solid with the tempo in those crotch equals 150 sections, I think it'll be better. Like once we're kind of going right, locking into a tempo. So I wouldn't mind sort of just solidifying what that was. Yeah. Did you want to?
I mean, my solo. I think it sounds a little bit scrappy at the moment. It is quite difficult. It just probably needs a bit more time. I mean, I don't know what you, in terms of what did you mean? How do we feel our end? I mean, it can get better, of course. Yeah.
Look, I'm suffering under a disability.
Yeah,
that's so frustrating.
There might be more than one cause of that, but at this stage, if you're not, I have to say that with some of the, I'm not sure if this is to do with the balance. But for example, in various moments when I'm listening, there's actually a change in the sound quality that comes through these things. I'm not sure whether it's something that's happening at your end or something that's happening here. And so that's why I'm a little bit uncertain about some of the things to say. But yeah, certainly at 34, that's rehearsal 34, the viola, I'm asking you to be strong. So, I understand it's difficult. I did make some minor offered some notes. I did notice that in bar 671 that I said that if the first violin dropped out the G in 671, that the viola, I've written down here B4 and G5, so I'm not sure if that helps.
Jen, we haven't discussed it actually. There was that one note of we could do. I did read that note, and then we haven't actually had time to go through that together.
To revoice that chord.
Yeah. So could we just do it now? So which note could I leave out while we're looking at the bar and you've got the notes there?
It's 679, 669. We start arco. You've got the two triplets, and then you've got a double stop on B and
the
F.
Yes.
B and F.
So what you could do is, in fact, do the B an octave below and the G. That is the G, G4, I think. At that point, and G4 because A5 starts immediately above that. So it could be B4 and G4.
Mark, could you talk? Mark, would you be able to talk? Would you be able to talk with reference to middle C? Because often I get confused with what B4 is.
Middle C. So we're talking about the G above middle C.
Yeah.
And the B below middle C for viola I'm talking about at the moment. So that's a possibility.
I don't think it would make it easier because I'd have a big shift there to get down there.
So if you prefer to stay at B and F,
probably. If that was the option, the only thing would be I would probably prefer just to play the F and not the B. But other than that, I'd rather play that stay in the same register.
Well, you can take the B out because it's arguably not necessary there.
Yeah. Okay. So if I was to drop one note, it would be the B.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Oh, I'll have a look at that and see if overall it makes it sound stronger, or not.
And just because I know that we've only got 4 minutes left, Helen was wondering about just leaving out the last one of her pits in bar 668, just in order to be able to get
just
there.
To sort of set myself really well for that beginning there.
Yeah. So in the note I put down that last quaver can be arco.
Oh right, great. Okay, let's do that.
Excellent. Should we, because we've only got a few minutes left, Mark, what I recommend is that we go maybe just from there through until the end. You can give us some last pearls of wisdom, and then we will look forward to an email with a whole lot of notes, which we can
Doesn't have to be a whole lot, just whatever you want to.
Oh yes, you can.
Whatever you want to share.
What do you think about going right from there? Does that sound good?
Yeah, sure.
Or do you want to do that
want to
just
do
again?
33 to the end.
33 to the end. Go through it. Yep.
Thank you. Can I just make one observation? I did notice after 36, Erica, in 714 and 722, 731, etc., that first
short. You're going to say
crotchet
short?
is short. So,
right.
so it's short, then long, and then normal. As it flows in 715, for example.
Yes.
So anyway, it's difficult. Thank you, ladies.
Mark, can I just run something by you that happened by accident in rehearsal, but that I quite liked?
Yep.
Can I just run it by you? Figure 38. Can we just try it without Helen and I playing our chord in bar 751? Can we just try that for you? It happened by accident, and I just wanted to see if you liked it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, bar figure 38, and we won't play 751. And then we'll play it with, which is what you wanted.
Both of them sound okay in my view.
Yeah, they're certainly both okay.
Do you know what I like about the not having that nice G major chord there? It's unexpected, and I think it actually rejigs the ear to, just that another extra moment of clarity rejigs the ear and to listening. That's what
there's no doubt that ending at the end of 750 before we begin at 752 has more of an air of expectancy and less finality than you hear in 751. But the contrast between that G chord and the starting in with a C, I think it has its merits as well. But
absolutely,
look,
Mark.
For the purpose of our discussion, I will accept your advice.
Absolutely, look,
So-
Mark. And if you go
So
back,
I'm happy with that idea.
no worries. And Mark, if you decide that that's an absolutely terrible idea and it's not what you intended at all, of course we'll put it back in.
It's neither a terrible idea nor the answer to everything. It's fine. Thank you.
Oh, good on you, Mark. It's been wonderful working with you, Mark, and we look forward to seeing you at the concert.
And I look forward to listening to the other composers. I listened to Eugene before, and that was very interesting, and I'm sure I've learned something from that. So thank you, Eugene, and Alexandra follows me, and next week the ladies. So I've got a lot to learn from them, and I'm looking forward to listening. So,
Good on you, Mark, and thank you so much for applying, and we'll see you again soon.
Okay, thank you.
And
Bye.
to everybody else, we will be back at about 1:30, is that correct? What time is it now?
It's 1:35.
1:35. We'll be back at 2:30. I know exactly what's going on. We'll be back at 2:30 for everybody else. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We are in instalment 3 of the 2021 Composer Development Program. A big thank you to the team of pianists and especially Rowan Murray for being instrumental in letting us borrow this amazing room, Glenfern Historical Mansion in East St Kilda in Melbourne, where it's grey and wet. Quite different to where our next composer, Alexander Voltz, is in Queensland, where it's nice and warm and sunny. A big thank you to the Besen Family Foundation, to the Victorian Womens Trust, the City of Melbourne, and to our dear friends Victoria and Simon Spain from the All That We Are Artist Residency in Tasmania. At the conclusion of our Composer Development Program, we will be sending 2 of the composers to Tasmania to have a week in artistic utopia with Simon and Victoria as their hosts. And I know that all the composers that have been there so far have just loved it. So without further ado, actually before that, I do need to say a big hello to Lee Bradshaw, who was watching this morning. If you're still watching, Lee, then a big hello and thank you so much for watching. We're going to be working on a piece of Lee's in the next couple of weeks, a mashup of Bartók's 5th String Quartet and Jimi Hendrix' Purple Haze with some Footscray High School students. Lee Bradshaw was one of our composers last year, and it was great to discover him. Great to discover you, Alexander, in this amazing piece. What we might do is play the piece through in its entirety. Does that sound like a... Well, okay, well, we may do. We're not making any promises, Alexander. We may fall off.
That's all right. That's all right. Thanks for having me too, by the way. It's really great to be here, and you've done so well to actually get the program going, so I'm very grateful.
Getting out of the house is a win in Melbourne at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. And I should introduce Erica Kennedy, who is founding Flinders Quartet member. Absolutely delightful to have her back. It's like it was just yesterday. And Liz Sellars, her second composer development program with us and regular with Flinders Quartet. Tibbo and Wilma, if you're watching, we miss you and we'll see you very soon. Tibbo is still in New South Wales and Wilma is still in New Zealand. So let's go on. Let's go on. before 8, is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
Do you want to go from the Subito Quadruple equals 60? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
That went
Was
better
determined
yes-
to
that
play
went better
it,
yesterday.
We're just going to have another go at the ending. Alexander, if that's okay, if I can just remind myself what we're in. Oh, it is still in 4.
I suspect we were right halfway down page 18. Beyond that, I'm not sure.
Would it be okay
Yeah.
just to go from...
We were good at the second line, and then it just sort of felt... I couldn't tell if we were together, and we sort of grew more apart. Yeah.
Would it be okay to go from the top of page 19?
Yeah.
So, Alexander, we're just going to give you a better go at the end.
No worries, no worries.
We're not getting to the 5/8 together.
Just do M. I think M was good that time.
Okay.
Were you comfortable there?
I don't know, I just... Because I thought I was sort of meant to be giving the beat from M, but I just don't feel like I'm in touch with anyone now with my triplets today.
Maybe if we all play down a little bit so we can hear you.
All right, anyway, from M.
Mm-hmm. M for Mary, yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting really...
Why don't we come back? Should we just say that's where it is now and then come back to it and fix it at the end? Or
What do you think,
I
Alexander?
don't mind. I think, yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we go? Let's go back to the beginning, and you can hit us with.
Ah,
There was quite a lot that was not precisely where it was meant to be.
oh, look, anything's better than the Sibelius sounds. No, it's, I mean, I guess it's a tricky thing to put together on the whole, but yeah, I'm not too worried. I think it'll be fine. So yeah, from the beginnings, let's do that.
Yeah.
Why don't we do, just because of we'll nominate a spot to stop. What do you think about stopping at the art tempo on pages? Just do 2 pages, page 1 and page 2.
That's good.
Can I just check the tempo?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot faster.
Yeah, we didn't quite reach tempo, but then I'm not sure how you go navigating those double stops.
Maybe in a
If
way.
they can get up to that tempo.
So should we try it?
Sorry, it's off. Sorry, do you know, I'm finding some of the mute on and off in points that I want to be peaceful, feel a bit disturbing, and then I just got confused. I thought I had to put it on. And
Yeah, I agree. I was looking at that when you did the first run through, and I think maybe we can take some of those out.
might be able to, but this one's maybe an important one, is it? That I take it off there?
I think this one should be off. Yes.
So do you want to try with Helen not muted?
I could just
and
try
play
playing.
softly?
I could just play Tasto in the section before and see if it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, do you need it in the section before, or can we just achieve the same effect with...
Possibly.
I reckon
Kaleidoscope?
let's try it because it is quite disruptive putting them on. Yeah, let's give it a go.
Let's take that.
Yeah, let's do that.
But me on. That could be quite nice.
Yes. That's great, guys. I have a few comments from first run through, but also this time around. With the first 4 bars, what I'm going for with the differentiation between the marcato and the accents is really to hammer out those open Gs. And Helen, I've really got my head in the score, so I'm not watching the stream, but if you can play that G as an open string, that would be fantastic.
I am, but maybe I'm just, to be honest, I wasn't treating those differently. Sorry about that. I'll try and
That's okay,
bring
that's
those out
okay.
more.
But if it can really be something to the effect of da da bum da 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 bum da 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 dum, something like that.
So for you, the accent is more than the hat?
I agree, yes, that's what I think.
Do you know, my initial instinct would be the other way around. That if
really?
If I saw that in the score, but is that just
That
me?
was I would have played the sideways accent less than that.
Because I think
marcato hats.
just
but
generally we played those ones more than sideways. So
I
you
have
might,
to go back to my grade 3 theory book.
but it's
That's not
just
to say
It's
that
a
I
contentious
passed.
issue.
I
so.
didn't.
This is like it's precisely, and I think from what we've anyway.
You know what? Put a sforzando on them, perhaps. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sforzando.
Sforzando
Then there's
would
no
do it.
doubt. No arguments.
Yeah, that's a good idea,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
And then we can stop this semantics about which one is.
Yeah, that's right.
Because
Okay,
it was an honest question. I was like,
Yeah.
No. Look, in any case, that's what I'm going for with the open
Great.
Gs.
Yeah.
to be
awesome.
Right.
more so. Okay, so there's that.
Yeah.
And we agreed that the sol tasto, apart from...
Were you happy with that instead of the
some
mute?
issues sort of. At A, with the... I think I heard before you're asking senza espresso. And what are we going to do about that? Well, I think we're falling short of 92 a bit in tempo.
Okay,
And
yes.
I think if you actually approach this quite clinically, really just play it as metrically as possible
Okay.
without any sort of phrasing in a way.
Okay, yeah.
So
It should feel like front matter. It shouldn't feel like, even though this is quite important musical material structurally, I don't want it to feel like that for the listener, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So basically, sort of a lack of sentimentality.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
So it's not about vibrato particularly.
Well, I mean, I was thinking when you first brought it up, when I wasn't supposed to be listening, I was listening, and I was thinking, is the way to describe it to play it Baroque, but then I thought I'd probably insult a few people, so I pulled out of that justification. But vibrato, maybe not so much. I mean, Helen, I think you're putting some vibrato on that B flat at the end of the first, I don't know what you could call it, phrase or something.
Yeah.
And that was quite nice, I thought. It didn't feel sentimental, as I think Zoe said, so...
Yeah. I like the clinical and focusing on the tempo in a straightforward way. Why don't I try that and see?
I think if it's very metric here.
Yeah.
Then when Zoe has that espressivo at the crotchet equals 70, then we'll see a change in character there, and it will probably be.
Yeah. So that's 92. Can I just confirm that ideally, where it goes into crotchet equals 70, the ritenuto should arrive into crotchet equals 70? Because at the moment I've been picking it up in tempo because I know that we've been dipping quite under tempo. What do you think? Or can it go below 70 and then pick it up again?
I think if it goes below 70, I think it could actually, because at bar 16, so the bar before the 2/4, where the first violin comes in, it's poco espressivo. So you might be able to justify saying, well, the writ can be a little bit more there, a bit impassioned.
Yeah, lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And then the only other thing for this page was Zoe, just at the third bar of B, I've put a staccato dot on that B flat. I'm wondering what it would be like with a tenuto, to really and really pull it out of the string.
Sure.
I don't know. It might be worth trying.
Do you know, I don't know why I was doing a huge big diminuendo there. I think I quite... Sure, let's try that. Absolutely. Do you want to just try from Helen's...
Well, should we try the opening as well with those
sure.
accents?
Yes,
or?
of course.
I like that a lot, Zoe. I might draw the crescendo actually going through to the end, right to the B flat, and maybe mark it up to forte. That
nice.
Very nice.
Yeah. Great. Should we go on?
Mm-hmm. I loved how all our little statements were more connected.
Wasn't it?
To that time.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Should we go on, Alexander? We'll go on from the next tempo?
Please, yes.
Yeah. From page 3.
Oh, this was another one. Sorry. I wondered if I could just play tasto here instead of the mute.
Ah.
Because I feel like I have to hold Erica.
I think so. For the
is that all right? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Just mark it. Sorry.
Okay. No, I think through there's really not much to say until we get to the crotchet equals 120. We've crossed out that consort, so that's good, Helen. Oh, Helen, at where you have you're marked to play sultry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's not very sultry at the moment, is it?
Just quite sexy, really.
Yeah.
The viola is a very sexy instrument, someone once said to me. And as a viola player for a little bit of my life, I liked that. So that was
okay,
good.
I'll try. I backed out of the gliss because I knew I'd been missing the top note, and then it was just, I just suddenly didn't do it.
Well,
and
with the harmonic, this is really the reason for me bringing up this little part.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get the harmonic to sound?
Is there a harmonic at the top?
Yes.
Is it? Is it way up the top?
Should just be. Yeah,
That's not a harmonic. I don't think. Not one that I'm on.
An A string octave harmonic.
Oh, I thought you were on the A string. That's not. Oh, is it an A?
Yes.
I thought it was an F. Sorry.
A. That's it. There we go. Yeah, that's the one.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
There we go. That explains that.
Oh, how easy is that?
Great. Sorry. I don't know why I thought that was an F. That's a bit embarrassing.
There's lots of ledger lines there, Helen. There's lots of ledger.
It's all right. It's
Missed one of them.
I don't know what half the notes are in this thing either. So, yeah.
Right,
So
yeah.
that should be able to sound, which will
Yes.
be.
Does it
Okay.
work on the D as well or not? Should do. Oh yes, because it'd be much nicer on the D string, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's the same, yeah. Great.
Whatever you like.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And then Liz, with your pizzicato there just after that, that should have a little bit of weight to it, and I think the piano marking might be incorrect.
Okay.
It'd be more like a mezzo piano with some tenutos thrown under them.
Sure.
Do you want the mute
just to
there?
set up the mystery of the viola tremolo.
Do you want the mute there?
Yeah, sorry, Liz, what was that?
Do you want the mute? The consort?
No, cross it out, get rid of it, yeah. That's another one that can go.
Alexander, just going back to the sultry bit, so is that just really a fresh, separate character there to what's gone before? Or do I sort of need to make it feel connected?
I think so.
Yeah, so it's a... So I think that time I felt a bit self-conscious about starting, like, is it kind of like a new thing there?
Yeah, I think it is quite different. It never really comes back. It's like a transitory passage, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah. Something just to pass the time in a sexy manner. And then at the crotchet equals 120, it's under tempo, and that's probably to be expected. But the question is, why is it under tempo, and can I change things to like the octaves, for instance? Are they problematic in Erica's part?
Octaves can always be problematic, but no, they're playable.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just sort of enough time to reach that top one, but yeah, they're doable.
But I'd say that's probably not the reason why we're playing it under tempo. I think
No.
the reason is the complexities rhythmically. In order for it to be kind of understood orally with the 4s against 5s against the 6s, and to sort of hear what was going on, we've just been playing it under. Individually, you could play it up to tempo, Like it's not.
Although I was going to say for me, just the page 6, once we get to those 5s, that is really fast up to tempo. I mean, I'm not saying I couldn't do it, but I definitely need to.
Yeah, page 6 is actually really, really difficult.
Until then, it could definitely be faster for me personally.
Yeah,
but then it gets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well.
Yeah.
It's a question of do we because the character is quite important.
Yeah.
And the character
Let's give it a go, Alexander, because I would hate you to sort of feel like you needed to simplify it.
Yeah.
Because it is.
Well, let's see. But I'm open to all things in the final result. So, but let's have a look.
So should we just start on that place? The one.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Do, 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 do.
Bravo, guys.
I think you doubt yourselves. I mean, it's hard to tell over the Zoom, but that's
it was interesting.
Easier.
In some ways easier. I mean, I probably didn't play it quite as accurately on page 6, but maybe the overall effect wasn't too bad, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, that's right. No one can really tell, can they?
Yeah.
The notes are sort of
Okay, good. Okay, so and then should we keep on? Do you want to do any of that again? Maybe we should do the accelerando into that just to check that we can do that.
Yeah, to get to the tempo. Yeah.
So maybe from letter C. Is that okay?
Yes. Alex, I just had one tiny question on page 4.
Yes.
At the end of the first line, we weren't sure exactly where I should go to ordinaire, and we made our own decision, but it would be good to hear when you would like me to be ordinaire from the pont. Or I meant to still be pont.
Probably with the D to the C sharp, is that the...
That's,
I put it on the E to the D. Just the end of the sort of the tremolo transitioning to... Oh, I see, yeah, that is where we put it,
On the upbeat to the pocket
yes,
shell.
Yeah, great.
Is that...
Yes, that's what we imagined.
Yeah, sorry, that's... I went through the score this morning and found all these typos, and I'm thinking, God, all right.
But you only find, I find that you only find them when you're actually kind of playing it.
Yeah.
See?
Well, there's that, yes.
Do you want to give the upbeat?
What's the tempo?
I'll give you the upbeat.
I'll give you 92 if you like. And so then we'll keep this at 120.
Yeah. All right,
Right, guys, at 2 bars before D, Liz, just with that B flat, can we take the accent off and put a tenuto on instead? And it should only be forte in my mind. So maybe don't make too much of it.
More of a kind of a cushioned.
I think so.
I think
yes, cushioned is a good way of thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Just had a message from Katie Abbott to say, don't worry about the typos, we can fix those. So work.
Oh, great. Thanks, Katie.
Do you want the first beat to bounce off?
Yeah.
admit that 3-4. I just suddenly doubted the time signature. So.
And I forget what I'm in. I need
2, 3.
How's that going, Alexander?
I think that, I had nothing to say through there. It sounds great. Someone jumped the gun just where we stopped. I think that might have been Erica.
Could have been me too.
But,
hey, just as a just so that you're page 7.
Throw you under the bus like that.
Page 7, second bar. Just as an FYI, we are thinking of that as a 3-4, not 2 lots of 3-8.
I don't know what you're thinking because your part doesn't really feel like that, but
No, I'm thinking in 3-4.
are you?
Yeah. So just as an FYI, those 2
Yeah,
3-8 bars.
That's fine.
Otherwise
I think
I
I've done
play
it like
like
that for the
3,
glistens.
Yeah, I think that for us it was more complicated to go into 3-8. It's easy for them to think of that as an offbeat.
Okay, yep.
Just as in the future, I mean, it's no biggie, but and we do the same thing in Bartok sometimes. We kind of will say, well, we'll think of those 2 bars together and redo it. So it's not just thought you might be interested.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you.
Where should we go from?
Was that cushioning B flat better, Alexander?
I think so. Yeah. That was
Beautiful B flat.
what about Helen's viola solo? Should we go from there? Top of page 8.
Great.
Yep. With that beat?
Yeah. Okay. With that beat. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just confirm? We are in 4/4 there. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've just written 3/4.
It'd actually be nice to get out of the score on this one. Because I think.
Oh, I'm not brave enough.
Well, I'm not at the moment, but yes, it's a few too many page turns. Okay.
Sorry, could you again?
I find it hard to know where the downbeat is of that 4/4 bar on the second stanza.
It is hard, isn't it?
Maybe
We
if I
take
just
it
go
from
take it from
Liz's
you,
third beat the bar before.
and then maybe if you can give us the imaginary downbeat.
Okay, I'll try. Yeah.
Sorry, and I won't take time into that bar line. Sorry, Liz. I went.
What am I doing? Pits? What am I doing?
Alexander, is top of page 9. Is that? Do you want the consort there? Because that's one of those places where it's very scrambly.
Yeah. The Casto will be fine. Get rid of the consort, I think.
I must have already had my mute on because I don't have it written there. Where did I put mine?
I'm getting so it's very sort of free at the moment. It feels sort of free, and Zoe's been very expressive, which is beautiful. So where we stopped and I come in with that rhythmic figure with the pizzas, wherever it is, do I need to kind of ground the tempo at that point?
Yes, that was something that I noticed on the first run through. I suspect the problem would probably be the same again. So it should be crotchet equals 44. Again, quite rhythmic through there.
So yeah, I tend to be a bit. I saw rubato and then didn't see our tempo.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's a. Is there an R tempo even written in? Oh yeah, there is.
There is second bar of E. Yeah. And look, and I'll try and be. I mean, look,
You could probably look. with Zoe and Helen at where you've got that tenor clef, Zoe, you could probably really make sure that was our tempo enough, and that might be enough to set it up for
Yeah.
101 where the pizzas come in. Maybe I'm not.
And
sure.
then I will adhere to the tempo at the end of that 3/2 bar. I will adhere to that da 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 dum da dum ba da da dum. I'll adhere to that a little bit more.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's the best
Yeah.
way. Do you mind if I go back slightly?
No.
Okay. It was only two little things. Could we, just before E, could we make more of the RAL? You could probably almost tread the bounds of a ritenuto, I think, maybe. But those, really drawing out those quavers will probably give a nice effect that sets up E a little better.
Yeah.
And then Zoe, at page 9, the second bar, this is just a change I'd like to make. Could you cross out the accent on the G and maybe put in a pianissimo? So we have the little the breath beforehand, and then rather than accenting it and crescendoing, we really just come out of nothing and go into those sickly quavers.
Sickly uppos.
Yes, which are wonderful, by the way. It's a fantastic effect.
Same spot to take all that in.
Which was? My thing.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to. I find it hard to find the tempo in the 3/4 where Erica comes in on the second triplet, third bar of page 8. Would it be possible for her to have an accent? Or
What about an accent on? Would this fix the problem? An accent on Helen's D after the triplets.
let's see.
Da, 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 da. I don't know.
Yeah, it's sort of. So just to confirm on it, because Erica's sort of got more of a melody, but her start is supposed to be different from the three of ours in that bar. That's correct?
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's try that. Look, in which case, Alexander, it's my own rhythmical problem. Don't worry. I'll get over
Well,
it.
but it raises an interesting point because the rest of you actually have accents on your entries.
Yeah.
So maybe for the sake of uniformity, it might be. Well, let's try it with an accent just for the hell of it.
Okay. Any comments,
Sorry,
Alexander?
was there a question in there?
Oh no, I just thought I would
Any comments?
stop and
Oh,
allow.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I think that accent on the Erica's part, where we began from, is good. Erica, if you can just throw a tenuto under the accent as well, which is what you played, and I really liked it. So that will.
I thought
That will
I
probably-
did one too. Was I meant to after that discussion or not on my D? Was
where-
that
no.
No. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought I was the one adding myself.
Yeah. No. That was just the previous solution. If that.
Okay, great.
Okay, that's
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 gone.
good. At the second bar of E as well, the only thing to say here is Helen,
Yeah.
can you really grow from that triple P
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
create the dissonance with Zoe's D flat?
Yes. And
Because you're growing out of her C.
I'm not doing
Yeah.
that very well at all at the moment. But do you want the grace note before the beat or on the beat?
Well, this is always the age-old question,
It's
isn't
just
it? I think-
I'm just struggling a little bit just with the timing of.
I would like it beforehand just so that I can
Yeah.
time my triplet well.
Okay, right.
That would just make
I
it
think
easier for me.
beforehand is probably
Yeah.
the right
Okay.
call there. And then the only thing is, Liz, when Erica's pizzicato start, your pizzicato too.
Where's this?
This is the second system last bar. of page nine.
Yes,
That's
of
all right.
course. Sorry.
It's no. That's it happens all the time. So that's fine. And then through F, there was really not too much to say about that. I mean, this can be far more espressivo than when we originally had that. What we said was clinical.
Yeah.
At figure A. And then at the second system, second bar of that page 10, Liz, where you've got that mezzo piano, can we just actually make that a piano? I think it's too much there.
Okay.
And the marking doesn't help you. So let's take that down to be a piano.
Done.
But otherwise, there's nothing much more to say there. The Morendo, Helen, is wonderful with the glissando, so that's great.
Would you like to hear that section again, Alexander?
I think in the interest of time, we could probably press on.
Yeah, sure. Let's go from G.
Go from G, maybe. Yeah.
Are we 92 again here?
Yes. Because I get a little. Your second quaver of the second system of page 12.
It wasn't together.
No.
But it's sort of a bit of a anchor point for me. Do you guys do it on the same bow?
I'm on an up usually.
I'm not sure what I am usually, so I'll just.
And from there, I'm sort of
Could be anything.
trying to grasp onto something at that point.
Okay.
I've written an up in now. So.
Awesome.
Can we do it again?
Yes. Any comments before we do it again, Alexander?
I don't think so. Other than at the second system of page 11, at the first bar, Zoe, can you just make that a piano? I've marked it up too much. So. Not
Piano
necessary.
Bartok Pitts.
No. Second system, page 11.
Got it.
Yeah, mezzo piano. Down to a piano.
Thank you. I'm glad I said that. Yeah.
Yes, like that could have been.
I was really, oh. Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Third beat with Liz. Are you okay there?
No, we weren't. I wasn't. Yeah, that's what I was aiming for that time. It's not right. Yeah. So.
Do you want to just go bang on the 5/4 previous and see if that's okay?
Yeah.
And then we
Yeah.
might have to decide to
Yeah.
dissect it a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
later. Yeah.
Where's this? Last line, is this? You mean?
Yes. Is that an okay spot?
Yep.
Page, so
Yeah, there's all kinds of things going
That
on.
was right then at least, so that was good.
Should we go in the interest of moving
Yes,
on
yes.
from
Yeah.
page 12, top of page 12?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Alexander? Top of
Yeah,
page
there's
12?
only, if we
Yeah.
get time, let's come back to it, but I could just put in I've just got a question for you, Zoe, but yeah, let's keep going.
I'll remember. Sorry. I just knew I had the wrong note.
So it's you're right.
At H, Alexander, how important is it that I'm, subdividing or is the line more important than the crescendo? Or what's the most important?
I think the rhythm is important there.
Yes. Okay.
And I think the rhythm could probably be the thing that was prioritised.
Okay. Yeah. I find
Really,
it quite
the last
hard to pick
two-
the right
the last
tempo
two
in the
scenes
first
are
bar,
probably
and then
important.
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you did well.
It's not. Yeah. Okay. How is it at the moment? Like I feel like I possibly start a bit slow, and then I kind of go, oh God.
I thought you were really
Yeah, I
good.
think it sounds fine. Again, it's just an effect, really,
Yeah.
isn't it? But rhythm is probably good.
That's just, I just want to know because I felt that I started a bit slowly, and in that case, I sort of thought, well, should I keep going in that slow tempo, trying to be precise? I suppose, do you know what I mean? Whereas if I sped up a bit, I would lose the rhythm. I'll try and pick the right tempo.
It's just you, so really, whatever tempo you pick there will probably be okay.
Yeah.
There's a tempo change at the last system of the page, anyway. So
Sure.
yeah.
I like your tempo. I just thought it sounded a bit ponderous then, because if it's too slow, it sounds a bit ponderous. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Anyway, yeah.
Could have another go.
You want it to be driving
Yeah.
forward, I think.
Do you have another go at picking the tempo?
Yeah.
Where's a good spot to start 2 bars before that last 2 bars of page 12?
Sounds good.
Do these
no,
chords
can we just
all
go to
work
the top
too?
of the page?
They should
Pardon?
be. Do the chords work? Are they awkward? Are they manageable?
They're manageable. They are just need a little bit more work, I reckon.
Okay.
There was one of mine that laid earlier on that I took quite a while to work out how to do, and I did work out how to do it. Totally possible, and I love it. But it was tricky,
Okay.
but
Right.
in a good way.
Can we just go to the top of the page? Is that all right, Zoe? Or
Of 12?
of 13?
Hang on, am I meant to be before you? Sorry, can we try it one more time? Can you go bang on 8?
No, you're not with me, but we're
No,
close to each other.
but you were before me. I was meant to be
Oh,
before
I
you.
see.
Okay,
Sorry.
try it one more
Okay.
time.
Yep.
That makes it even worse.
I'll try and gesticulate where I think the 2/4 is.
Okay, that's good. We'll do it together.
Yeah, great.
think, the first one, where on the chord.
Have more of a fermata.
Yes, yeah, sorry, page 14, first system, second bar.
Yeah.
Probably have, more chords.
Before we gliss down.
No, on the gliss. Just draw the gliss
Draw
out
the,
as
got
much
it,
as
thank
possible.
you. Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Should I just add again?
Yeah, that'd be great actually. Are you... Any comments, Alexander?
I think at J I should have put ordinary back in there. So just to confirm, that's no longer salpont in Erica's part.
Yep, you have. Yep, it's there.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And then at the last system of 14, with these, Helen, with these crescendos from the harmonics, I don't want to mark it up to a fortissimo because I don't want the sound to become ugly, but I do want the sound to be present,
Yes.
if that makes sense. Not accented or anything like that, but,
Yeah.
but to really come over those tremolos, I think.
I'm struggling a bit with those at the moment, and I just did wonder if I might even just sneakily just take a bit more bow or something, because I'm sort of, with how slow it is, I'm running out and then I can't crescendo. Can I just try that, just to see if I could kind of sneak a second bow in there a bit or something?
Daddy, yes?
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Yeah, and it might not
I
work.
think that was
It might sound terrible, but yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm looking at the score and not your beautiful faces, so I can't tell really if you're talking to me or yourselves. But yes, please.
Yes. I just maybe should go on there with a sense of tempo, because I can't feel any speed there, and that's not helping with my bow division.
Yeah. So just bang on that system.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing to do? Yeah.
Is this the third system?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I think I could do that if I needed more bow.
Probably. Is that what you resolved? Sorry, more bow. Yeah.
I think I can, but you don't need to write anything. I just think
Just go from there and go on.
Mm-hmm. I just like to do it once with the metronome, once maybe together. And we're not today, but later. Yeah.
Got it.
Is this the same place?
on Kay.
Yep.
Well done, guys. Yay.
To the end of the same place.
Those triplets were so clear. That
Okay,
one
cool.
was so good.
We will get that a cello a
Yeah.
bit more with a little bit more work, but we're quite happy, I think, to actually
Arrive there.
at the same time.
Yes. No, that's great. That's really wonderful.
What do you mean,
Yeah.
Alexander? By sorry, I've written a bowing on the top of it. Strained in the piano bit with the hang on, where is it? It's in page 19, second stanza. For me, what do you mean by that? What kind of? I mean, I definitely feel strained by that point.
Imagine if, I wonder what the visual imagery is here. Like a mosquito buzzing.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
no, that
Very
really.
sort of thin,
yeah, got it. Mosquito
yeah,
buzzing,
yeah,
got
quite-
it. Yeah.
The sound never quite eventuates, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Very good
That's
image
all right.
to have.
There's a couple of mosquito moments in there. Any time you're really a bar in the treble clef, I'm sort of thinking, oh, Zoe's a mosquito. again.
I'm just gonna. So where did we go from then? That was from that. What do you think about that whole section at K?
Well, I have questions for Liz and Helen. Are the figures manageable?
Mine are. Mine are. I don't know
Okay.
about Liz's.
Mine is tricky and it's still in process, I have to say. It's
There's a part where I think it's the, what system is that? Third system, page 15, second bar, where the figure moves to an A flat.
That one's
I imagine
harder
that's
for me.
So-
Yeah,
where-
because
where-
there's a string
where was
crossing there.
That one's harder for me. And actually, this was an internal thing, but at that point, it feels like the tempo pushes when you take over from Liz. And that's partly why I struggled there. I was going to bring that up. I mean, just that one is a bit more fiddly, but still definitely possible. Yeah.
So
But
this
it's
is the
right.
last line of 15, is it?
just the second bar of the last line.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that Liz and Helen, if you can, it's probably better to approach these figures a little bit lighter. I still
Yeah.
want them to be lush with a
Yeah.
core to the sound, but they might be getting in the way a little
Okay.
bit of
Yeah.
Erica
Sure.
and Zoe.
Yeah.
I had been wondering about the sort of spacing of the sound through the group in those passages. At the moment, I'm desperately hanging on to Liz in particular with
For the rhythm.
and the beats, but maybe as we get to know it a little bit better.
I'm trying to lighten off after the bass, but I'll keep thinking about
So
it.
it's quite thick, isn't it, when it's the two of you together?
I can play this for sure. The ones that start to feel a bit intrusive to me is when it goes in Liz's part into the two bows per beat, because then it starts to just feel very, rhythmic and beaty, as opposed to the ones before where we've had it in, just beats. But
Oh, yes.
but I don't know. Maybe you wanted to intensify at that moment. Is that what that is, or?
I think so. I think that's
Yeah.
the justification behind
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Or is it because there's a repeated note on the top figure?
That could also be the reason.
Yeah. Oh, anyway.
Are you a violinist?
Well, I used to play viola a little bit. Yeah.
Can I say good key choice for something lush? I always think D flat major and G flat major. In the Beethoven quartets, it's always a really, we sort of think it's too many flats, but actually, it's amazing how this key has a certain sonority to it. It's really, even though there's not many open strings, it's nice.
Do you want to just try
I've
the
been really
section with us
interested
later?
reading about what other composers thought the qualities of certain keys were. I mean, Berlioz has a lot to say on that sort of front. It was very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
But I think for string players, regardless of the effect of that key, I think there's something. I think there's something about this key on string instruments which is really nice.
It is.
Yeah. Should we go from K with
Should
us?
we try with a bit lighter?
I'll let you lead this.
Did you play less?
Yeah, I played less.
I still think we need
The beat.
a really clear 1, 2, 3.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. It is. It's got to be really hard to sort of for not to have a celebration at the end of that.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that it gets better every time, and the ensemble feels more secure. And when you it's not supposed to come out as an insult, but when you find the beat, that it really does work. And I think it will sort itself out just as time goes by.
Alexander, when I'm doing all my triplet stuff, I mean, is everyone kind of equally important? Or, you know, I mean, I'm just sort of trying to fang the triplets out because it's helping to stabilise things at the moment. Is that all right? Or
I think so. I mean, the dynamics, I guess, are the indication as to how I initially conceived the group should be balanced at the moment. But it might be a question of, you know, you're looking at a Beethoven symphony and it's fully orchestrated and you have to work out which parts to bring out.
Can I just say, so Alexander, on that front, at letter M, I'm definitely not doing fortissimo pesante, just because if I do, these guys won't be able to hear their internal balance. Okay, so I'm definitely, but hopefully the fortissimo character is there.
I think so, as long as the intent is there and the volume will sort of be compensated for, I think.
Yeah. And internally in this room, you don't sound actually any more than these guys.
No, good.
Yeah.
I mean, I could play louder than I am, I suppose, too. But yeah, so does it? How I guess my question was, how does the balance sound throughout there at the moment?
I mean, I suppose you wish you had $1 for every time someone's going to say to you, "Well, it's hard to tell on Zoom."
Yeah,
I think it sounds. It sounds good.
Okay.
I'm not alarmed by
Yeah.
balance. And
Yeah.
we would be kidding ourselves if we were trying to say this is supposed to be lovely and tranquil. No,
Yeah.
it's meant to be chaotic. So
Yeah, okay.
again, the effect is
Yeah.
achieved.
Yeah, cool.
Alexander, well, go ahead.
Sorry, Alexander, just at M, so is there a primary voice or is it basically open slapper?
That was also mine.
At M, the primary voice, I think, should be Erica,
Yeah. Okay.
since she's setting
Yeah.
up for the tempo change, basically the return of that material. But
Yeah.
then that's tricky because she's not
Actually, I think
providing a
she's
stable
clear.
beat until really the third bar of
That's
M,
good.
third beat of M. So
And with my part, you have, so my second note of M and the corresponding note in the next bar is an F octave this time, where each other time you've got that as an F and an A sixth, like at the beginning of the piece,
Oh, yes.
and then at the end of the piece. Is that something that you want to be different? I'm just asking because it's a lot easier to play the A and the F.
I think that's probably actually an error.
That'd be
That
great.
should be, no, that's good. That's fantastic.
It's good for
So-
Erica.
So, yeah, they should be A's,
Brilliant.
not F's.
That's wonderful news.
Well
Thank
spotted.
you.
And is that should actually be easier to play,
So
isn't it? Yeah.
much easier. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good, great.
And Alexander, can you remember the question that you had for me earlier on in the piece?
I can, yes. It's all the way back up at scrolling. Here, I think. Zoe, I can't find it in the score. Yes, I can. Okay, good. Sorry about that. Page 11, second system. Zoe, at the my question is where you've got your wide vibrato and your sickly glissandos that we've now marked to P. Is there a way to notate accenting the notes that are written? So, ya, 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 that sort of thing. Yeah. That's the way. I was thinking maybe some tenutos. Would that make that more clear on each note?
I probably an accent actually. Probably I'd put accents on each of them. So, and the ones that are slurred, yeah. Yeah. Is that the kind of thing you want?
Yes.
Yeah.
But not too much of an accent. I just, what I really want is for the note to sound a little bit, with a little emphasis before the glissando begins.
Probably what you've written is good.
Okay.
Somebody else probably would have just done that. Yeah, probably what you've written is good. I was just getting a bit obsessed with the glisses.
Okay, fine. Okay, that's good. That's great. But otherwise, no, nothing else, I don't think. Unless you have any more questions for me further back.
No, I think this is, it's a really fun piece to play, and it's
a great piece.
Yeah,
I really like it.
Oh, that's
really
great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so many great colours, and yes, it's tricky, but it's really rewarding. It's really
and possible, tricky, but definitely possible.
Definitely possible, and yeah, it's really well
Fantastic.
done.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
I mean, it's just wonderful to have the program actually happen after all these difficult times, but it's rewarding for all of us participating as well. So thank you.
Oh, thanks, Alexandra. We look forward to recording it and then seeing you online at the concert.
Yes, yes. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
you.
Alexandra. Bye. Have a lovely afternoon.
Bye.
And thank you, everybody. That concludes our composer development program for today. We are back next Saturday the 20th at 3:30 p.m. and we'll be workshopping pieces by Hannah Lavers and by Ceridwen McCooey. So really look forward to seeing you then. Thank you to everybody. Thank you Five Stream, Besen Family Foundation, Victorian Women's Trust, All That We Are, the wonderful Team of Pianists for letting us have Glenfern Historical Mansion. We'll see you next week.